Okay, welcome back, everyone. So, last we left off, Sigurd shotgun married Deirdre. So, yeah, apparently they're married in between chapters 1 and 2, and now we're going off to war with the two in tow. That marriage was so fast, absolutely wild, I know, right? I don't think they even dated, they were just like, you know what, time to marry. I did say I was gonna try playing around with the arena here. Just to see. So let's put Sigurd up against it. It's implied many months passed between the maps. I suppose, but like, I'm pretty sure at the end of chapter 1, Sigurd's like, I'm in love with you, Deirdre. And it's like, you just met her in the forest, like literally 4 hours ago. Like, it's a great romance of all time, says Starrock. Well, I guess. Love at first sight was a hot thing in those days.
Hope will never die.
Apparently, yes. Ah, I see you found Ymir's gift. Hey, Mozart. Thanks for the happy anniversary. Yes, comfy hat. I was gonna try to figure out some kind of Photoshop with the FE12 version, but then I found this in the Steam Workshop and went, well, you know, it's close enough. And probably won't look as janky as trying to cut out a 3/4 profile hat to put on to model a face as a screen. Suppose at rank 1. Okay. Hooray, we got money. You think Sigurd will be fine? Apparently, yes. Sure, let's try another round. Mage. I see. Let's see how this goes. Apparently very well. HL Saga. Thanks for the anniversary wishes. Sigurd Smash. Gasp. Starting to get tougher. But how tough? Not tough enough, apparently. Hmm. Okay, we do get a health refill. Sure. Looks good. probably the best level he's had in like the last 7 level ups. What would we get at rank 5? Armor Lance. Maybe not. That's interesting. Apparently we can still save after that too. Okay. Good thing Sigurd's the protag and I'll say it, right? Yeah, totally. Oh, yeah, that... I totally did use up sword uses too, so I should... repair it. Who should we try next? How about Finn? Sigurd will learn how to hand axe, yes. I guess I should try to pawnbroker that over to Lex at some point. Oh boy. Starting with a fighter against Finn, this seems ominous. Although we should probably still just win. Yeah. Feel like these guys are exactly the same? Feels worse than Sigurd's. Yeah, it feels like we're fighting the exact same enemy every time. Or I guess, exact same sequence. Yeah, it's a Myrmidon. Okay. Finn's not winning that one. He's got the money, might as well repair. What else is he gonna do with it? Wait, the Steel Lance weighs as much as the Iron Lance? Huh? This game is weird in places. It definitely seems like they're just straight upgrades. Okay, well, since we just bought Lex a new thing, even though we're not going to use it, let's take him to the arena. Okay, that was a little spooky. Lex, you're not really filling me with confidence here. My Lex is the stinker this playthrough, it seems like, yeah. Sure, we won't lose to the mage, too, right? Oh, he's getting initiated on. I almost want to put Arden in the arena for memes. Surely he can win against this Steel Axe dude, right? You did it! Good job, Arden. You got basically no experience from that. No, let's not fight the Hellfire with an armored knight. Can we fight? Okay, you can't just, like, farm rank 1. Kinda figured. You don't know if Iron's gonna be successful at holding down the fort if the enemy arrives. I'm pretty sure he's not. Like, Ira would have destroyed him if she went to the fort. Instead of turning back and chasing me. Don't think we've seen a single Deutsch crit. We got one at the very end of Chapter 1. Although I think it was still about as useful as the one that happened here. I don't think he's winning against the weapon triangle. Oh, I see, and they come out of the arena injured if I have to seed. Interesting. The limiter is you can't just, like, go back to rank 1. So, like, if I try to go back in with Arden, he'll have to face the Hellfire Mage. It'd probably be worth doing it with Alec. Maybe Alec, Irem, and Deer. Actually, I guess Quan is probably strong enough that he could just go in too. Despite the weapon triangle disadvantage. Actually, I kind of want to see what happens if we get KO'd here, if it's an actual death, if Alex screws it up. Well, I don't think I'm gonna go fight the Hellfire Mage with that. Hey, Jellyfish Swimmer. Thanks for the anniversary wishes. We could buy the Steel Blade, but he can't use it. And the Swim Sword is gonna be awful compared to... If his Iron Sword's that bad, his Swim Sword is gonna be completely awful. Skill speed, how Myrmidon like? Okay, let me see something here. Wow, the Iron Blade requires A rank. That is unexpected. Yeah, 60 hit as well. I feel like forcing this guy to fight with a hand axe puts Meteor at a bit of an advantage. Skill speed on her, too. Spooky. I think I'm okay leaving it for the rest of them. I mean, I guess I could do Quan. But I think that's enough dicking around with it for now. Oh, Meteor is a he? I see. So he's the Lucius of the game. You just in time to see me kill Gandhi? First Gandalf and now this guy? What? Actually reaching these villages is gonna take like 5 extra turns. Durbanson and Gutsria, your beloved. Oh my. Actually, wait. Should maybe repair her heal as well. Yikes, the price on that. I like the consistency in the maps from chapter to chapter so far. Yeah, I seem to remember there being like an atlas that has just all the maps glued together, so they probably just designed that huge map and then decided what should be which, or part of which chapter. Time to saddle poor old Arden with guard duty again. Redeploy everyone. I mean, why not? It doesn't cost anything except for, I guess, the movement. Lady Lachesis of Nordian, huh? I've been looking forward to this. She's been playing cruel games with my heart for years, but look how the tables have turned. I have an entire army behind me against her insignificant guard. What could she possibly do? She's powerless to resist coming back to Herrheim with me, and who knows? Maybe one day she'll admit she wants it. Wow. Good job being a complete creep. Our task is to form a defensive line. Do not let the enemy lure you from your post. Stand your ground, understood? To think some people actually have that mindset, I know, right? So, Harian's family made their move. Perfect. Release the brigands on the villages, as we arranged. Under the old king, you couldn't even dare to meddle in any of his property. Yet, it is the easiest thing to cheat Chuggle. Strip everything of worth you find and bring it back here. Leave no stone unturned. Politics. Everyone's favorite. Herrheim is going for Nordian's throat. Who do I side with here? Let's wait and see how this unfolds. Instruct the men to remain where they are until the dust settles. 4 armies, yes. You know, defending Elliot B, imagine he feels he deserves a royal match since his dad is lord of a castle. I mean, makes sense. Entitled people feeling like they're entitled to everything. Oh no, Sigurd dear, wait up! Deirdre's not at your side anymore. Hey, it's Papalotl. Thanks for the anniversary wishes. And hey, Dryzalizer. Do so many people in this country have trouble getting a girlfriend in a simpler way? I mean, Yggdrasil seems to be the land of dicks. Just saying. Green units are pretty buff. Yeah, I mean, they're promoted or units fighting unpromoted enemies. Seems about right, I guess.
And now.
Hey, Fred. Thanks for the resub. 27 months feels like a long time until you see how long Cat has been subbing. Yes, I mean, 27 is still really long. I appreciate the loyalty. You're waiting for a cat to have an 1803-month sub streak? I feel like we'll be waiting on that one for a while. Yeah, just 150 years. No big, right? Right? I see why you consider the R button to be slow in the speedrun. The game's gotta think for like a couple of seconds every time before it actually finds my unit. So it's just faster for me to do this. Too bad the rich are hiding their elixir of life. I'll be honest, even if I knew where one was and who had it, I'd be wary. It's like, what kind of contaminants are in this thing? Green unit stole XP. I feel like there's plenty to go around. I don't think we need to be too concerned about that. What I'm more concerned about is Eve's getting overrun here, because they're picking on him quite a bit. And we don't have a healer close enough. It's gonna be at least another turn before we can heal. Honestly, the way the world is, you take being mortal. That is a fair perspective. Okay, I need to actually check how slow these guys are gonna be now. Although I guess that they have axes, how slow they are is gonna be yes. It's like only Quan and Sigurd can get close enough here. But Silver Lance is actually a little bit scary. See if we can protect that guy, but it might be kind of iffy. One day we'll have a game where we start with the axes and the enemy has lances. I mean, Radiant Dawn's kind of that. Where we have Nolan and there's a bunch of soldiers. How deep do we want to go with Alec and Noish? I guess technically the enemy can't reach around, so as long as Ava doesn't die, we can be like right up here and not worry. You know, that's probably something I should have done is... I think there was an Iron Lance in that armory that I should have bought for one of them. Because they're one of the few units here who can actually use two different types of weapons, and I should take advantage of that. Yeah, that's true. Hector also shows up with axes. The rare axe lord. The infantry will get there eventually, yep. You want a fists and bow lord. That would definitely be an oddball combination. So it seems like they might be scripted to go for a different one of the 3 green knights every turn or something. Because now they're completely ignoring the other guy who is low on health. Except for that guy. Huh. No, Eves. We tried. Weird. Decide to not acknowledge my controller there. Enemies having canter with large groups like this is so evil. A little bit. Fortunately, their stats are mostly low. Okay, let's try to get rid of the ads so that we can isolate Elliot. Alec, why? We should just have a montage of blank levels for my playthroughs. Yeah, we had 2 from Ethelyn. Okay, there's a good Lex level. Alec, I'm pretty sure we had another one on someone else. I can't remember who got it though. Was it Lex? But like, that's my 4th or 5th blank level so far. Yeah, it's gonna take more work than just throw Sigurd at him. Just skill. Truly, these are the levels of all time. Feels bad to play an FE game with no anti-empty level checks. Yeah. Although, I guess as long as their stats are balanced around potentially getting screwed like that, it's not the worst. Gah, Granville. Don't interfere with this, unless you want me to wipe the floor with you, too. In case you haven't noticed, you're kind of alone. Also, Madeir, Cat Blast, why must everything go Eldians? Cool Bravo, yes. Well, I was not expecting to have to... Because now we have to pawn off the Solar Lance to move it over to someone. I was not expecting that to be a kill. Actually, if Sigurd had picked it up, would he even be able to use it? No. I guess maybe upon promotion? Because he's one rank too low. Four shots with a seal bow. I know, right? A cost is funny. I feel like that deserves a highlight, too. Was that a triple a cost, or was it a double? So I think Midir has Pursuit, right? Yeah, so I guess that was a triple a cost, or a double a cost. Still, that's hilarious, if nothing else. Oh, if double naturally, it's a single cost. I guess it probably was just a single cost then. Still. Okay, we'll just go steal a cost for quad then. I'll make it put in my notes. Although it would be really funny if he was too slow and triple accosted, but I don't think that would have been the case. Okay, so Shui, I have to assume, yeah, there's no way that Quan can't use that. So I guess we can unbroker it so that he can grab it. Yeah, Finn can't use it either, so... If we want to use the Silver Lance at all, it's gonna be Quan. I kinda wonder how much these guys will actually hold their ground. Time to find out, right? Actually, hold on, can I talk? Yes, I can talk. Sir Sigurd! Thank goodness you're here! Things are looking so bleak for a moment. I'm glad to see you're safe, Lachesis. What about Eldigan? Is he still being held? Yes, he's still in Augusti. It's as if all the lords of Augustria have turned on us. Please, Sir Sigurd, lend us your might. No matter what it takes, my brother must be saved. Of course, I have no fondness for bringing war to foreign lands, but in this case, we've little choice. His Majesty, King Asmer, is aware of King Imka's assassination of Cho'Gall's hand in it. He's received word of Cho'Gall's ambitions to invade Granville itself and has already approved military action. His Majesty also believes Eldigan's rescue to be vital to put an end to hostilities. Rest assured, Lachesis, I swear that I'll save Eldigan. Yeah, this is chapter 2, or the third map. Yeah, Ballistai, but... I mean, they're 18 attack. And they have no stats. I'm not sure we should be that worried. Yeah, more infantry, hooray! But she's also a healer, so, like, as the healing infantry catch up, they can at least patch up anyone. Oh, we can't disembark with her because Sigurd's in the way. I guess since we got the castle here off of... Wait, no, it's... I guess it's still technically Drain. But we did get Lachesis. I'm debating whether I want to count that or not. Talking exhausts the unit so much they can't canto after talking. It might also be that, you know, the talking takes enough time that they can't canto. Socializing is more exhausting than fighting, confirmed. I mean, it's gotta be true, right? Like, look at what all this politicking leads to. Oh no, not the villages! I do like how the enemy infantry is also so slow that they still haven't actually started pillaging it. Alright, I think I'm gonna actually count this as getting a fort, since we rescued her. I want to check something. Yes, there is an Iron Lance, so I should buy that for... Who should I buy that for? Alex got 9 strength. Gracious 12. That's 6 might. Yeah, Lance might do a bit better for him. I guess we'll see. Actually, let's... Well, actually, this being highlighted means you can use it. Alright, we're buying it from. That's why I gotta get gold at the start, everything's expensive. Yeah, everyone having their own pool is so weird. It's like, if you think about it logically, it's basically no one wants to share with anyone. Yeah, mechanically, like, the game's obviously built around it mechanically, so it makes sense there, but like, logically, but why? Actually. Yeah, 21 uses is actually still quite a bit for someone who doesn't do that much fighting. Also, seeing weapons be, like, steel weapons be B rank in this, when I'm so used to them being D, maybe C in other later Fire Emblems is kind of weird. I think do I think people in an army can swap weapons between each other just like that? No, I mean, it's weird the other way around with how easy it is to swap in modern FE, but it's like two extremes. Surely there's a better way of doing this. Would you expect them to do hand weapons to each other like savages? Yes. I mean, some of them are from Verdun, right? You can sort of trade gold. You can give all of your gold to someone else, I guess. Why Finn has stonks on hand, yep. Oh, the Cross Knights are rallying to Lachesis too. Cool. But yeah, Finn has a ton of money because I stole like 20,000 gold from the enemy with Dew. And I want to give Finn money, but Dew is like, here, have all 25,000. To which I went, wait, what? Alright, we going in. We got bandits to kill.
Hope will never die.
Nice 70 streak too, Kirby. Hey, Jomke is almost caught up enough to attack stuff. That's cool, right? Force line defense. They use that in ancient times too. I mean, if we had more of the infantry up there, well, I guess we probably wouldn't have them too far into the front lines, but you know. Cash converter almost in range to hit someone. Yes, this is true. Oh, they are moving out. You told them to hold the line, but they're like, Commander, you suck. So no. He's Quan adapted, yes. Nice dodge on the 85, too. Double 85 dodge. Quan's on fire, I guess. Can we count that as a 1RN moment? Yes, that's a very 1RN moment. What if we... I wish Ira was closer. So I guess we could... No, I guess... Damn, Warp only works at an allied castle. So it's not as good as, like, the Warp we're used to. So I was thinking, well, what if I just warped Ira up here? But we can't, because we don't have a castle up here. I was looking at it to see the range. If there was any kind of range limitation. So that's a definite feels bad. Return band. I see. Okay, Finn. Yeah, it's one short. I guess we can still use the silver. Wait. We do this, that's 5 short. So we can use the steel here. And singular res. So that one has gotten a single red level up and 2 blank levels. Truly amazing. And Deirdre and Zal have almost gone close enough to actually contribute damage. Cross Knights are going in hard. How idea it's going rogue again, yes, apparently. It was probably dying to the boss now. Well. We need a fodder doing their jobs. I mean, they're bulkier than my units, if they just stuck by us. These yellow units probably aren't gonna let me by without me killing them too. Get accosted. Yeah, these guys actually have pretty high stats. It's just they tend to overextend. A Gatling Bombardier. I know, right? Real smooth. Extremely frustrating to save them, I imagine. No adept. Well, Zell might actually get to fight. Maybe. Extreme, maybe. Well, that was anticlimactic. Great idea. Cavs can travel the map, but infantry can climb. Yeah, it definitely feels like they could use something like that. The boss wants to fight the Cross Knight. Well, he's probably dead too. Strength, gasp. Strength and defense. Muscle mage incoming. That Hurricane hit. I mean, it's a strong tome against an armor knight. Feels kind of unfair for the armor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she doesn't have Pursuit. She's got, wait, what does she have? She's got Nihil, so she doesn't have to worry about exploding from crits. Where's the Granville? So long as I draw breath, you shall never reach Harn. Damn it, Lex. Couldn't even deal damage. You're supposed to be the axe guy. Okay, it's a good level. Nice block. So I guess may protect user from all damage. So it's not even just like a melee block. More accurate to call it Great Shield. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are the original versions of the skills, so IS probably realized that Tavis just randomly blocking everything was kind of dumb. But they didn't really nerf it until, like, Awakening, I guess? In this game, everyone's pivots walked? Seems like. Because from the wording, I bet this would also block Aura. Before Awakening, it's only ever returned in Thracia and Sacred Stones. Actually, it's in Tellius. The barn has it. Hey, an actual sense of survival. Although now Midir is gonna get punched in the face here. Okay, I guess we can't fight the yellow faction. Well, that's rude. They're just sitting there and blocking us while the, the village is burned down. Probably means I need to actually fight through these jokers. Welp. That one wasn't even a Pavis. That was a double Pavis. Lord Bordeaux, I beg your pardon. Oh, thanks, brave warrior, for saving our village. Sigurd sees all but one house intact. No problem. I mean, one's better than nothing, right? Oh, these levels. Truly amazing. Oops, it's not. I have to click on Ethelend. Don't mind me, dear, just recovering from near death yet again. Okay, strength speed. By the time we actually get up there, there'll be maybe like 3 villages left. Just a little short. He also has Pavis. Oh boy. Yeah, Elliot's been dead for a while now. Get to truly experience pain of being Pavis locked more than Awakening Lunatic Plus. Yes. I mean, it's hard to compete with Pavis blocking everything. Need a Pavis redemption with Pavis icons? Yes. Or maybe the weird laser shield they do. Hey, Lachesis, there you are! Check out this little beauty of a sword, thought I'd give it to you. Oh, I can't say I've seen a blade so peculiar before. Does it have a name? It's called a thief's sword. Wanna get the bad guys? This thing's your best friend. Alright, thank you, although why are you giving this to me? I'm hardly complaining, but surely you need a decent sword. Nah, I'm not bothered. There ain't any point in me keeping it. Let's just say it does a lot more than just stab. Yeah, see you around. 2 MVP, apparently. Oh good, now we got 2 characters who can steal everyone's lunch money. Granville's here already, blessed. Why couldn't my men have been useful for once? Fine, I'll take this into my own hands. Good round of combat, though.
Hope will never die.
Armor with a bow is very funny looking. I like how the DSFE generals with the bows look better. Oh, that wasn't an Akaz proc, that was just Midir using Pursuit. Well, if he doesn't pivot and we get Adept, we could maybe kill. It's kind of a big if, though. Yeah, no Adept. Gah, my castle! Oh, Season killed that guy? What? Your Highness secure, sire. What do you think of our next move? Do we pull out? The imminent danger has passed. Guardian should be safe, but Eldigan is still being held in the capital. Furthermore, yes, I'm hearing that the frontier towns in the central forest are grappling with bandit raids. We can't afford to leave them be. Agreed, it is crucial that we help the locals. That we might convince them we aren't their enemy. In that case, we must ride for the north at once. There's no time to waste, so let's go. He doesn't mind being killed, but losing his castle, that's a step too far. Indeed. Oh no, not the, ominous music. You imbecile! You turned your back on this crisis, so line your own pockets, and now we've lost Harheim. There had better be a good explanation for your behavior, Macbeth. My humblest apologies, Your Majesty. Forgive me, I beg of you. I've already sent the order for Waltz's sellsword unit to move in at once. There's the order to move in. Guess we don't have much of a choice now. But he's gonna send us in and have his men turn tail when we need him. I'm staying put till I see how this all plays out. Oi, Beowulf, how about you? Yeah, I ain't up for this at all. At all, Waltz. That Macbeth swine really rubs me the wrong way. I'm this close to just walking off the job. You're a free man, Beowulf. If a job isn't right for you, you're free to quit it. It's a funny thing about mercenaries, isn't it? Today's pals are tomorrow's foes. Amen to that. Hopefully we're not gonna end up enemies someday. Wouldn't have hope in hell against you, would I? Ain't met nobody in the whole world who could take me. Nice retreat, I guess. What's going on, sir? What's the din outside? Well, the bard's still here, are you? You ought to get out of here. We've got bandits headed our way. Bandits? Isn't the Gustrian army doing something about them? The army? Haha, that's rich, boy. The army's too busy with their little civil war to deal with our problems. Clearly, that's more important than our safety. Actually, that's not all. Rumor is that Lord Anthony himself is pulling the bandit strings here. Oh, you gotta be kidding. That's it. That guy's gotta go. I'll go sort out the bandits, okay? Now, how big a reward will be waiting here for me when I get back? Still full of hot air, yeah? Just get out of here, wise guy. Nobody's got the time to listen to you blowing your own horn. Oh, come on, a little confidence would be nice. Yeah, whatever. Oi, Lewin! Ran off behind my back now, are you? Sylvia, damn, I mean, you found me! Yeah, I found you. You've had your fun with me, so you're just dumping me without so much as a goodbye? Hey, careful with that tongue of yours. We just barely met a week ago.
The enemy!
We've only been out for dinner for, what, 2 or 3 times? Look, this guy's got more sense than Sigurd. It's the game's resident cool hat guy, yes. It's green-haired mage from Heroes, yes. You're a dancer, I'm a bard. There's not much else to it. But you called me adorable. That really meant a lot to me. Sometimes I just say things and don't really mean them. Alright, he's about to get uppercutted. Oh, come on, enough with the tears. Things will probably get more than a bit rough out there, though. Think you'll be okay? Yeah, I like it rough. What is this banter? Geez, she was crying her eyes just a few seconds ago. It's like she never really grew up, huh? Alright, nothing. Let's get going. Elwind, Adept, Protocol. Okay. Sylvia's also has Adept. And Miracle. Don't want to go too far with units that are not Quan or Sigurd because of our limited durability on them, but so you can see if maybe Lex will pull this guy out of position. It's probably a no, but we need a moment to get Sigurd and Quan up here anyway. Finn, these Gutsreeds have proven to be far worthier opponents than the Thugs of Verdun, wouldn't you say? Of course, for stronger enemies, what could be more fitting than a stronger weapon? Let's say, see how you fare with this. Is that a Brave Lance? Chapter 2, Brave Lance. Are you sure you want to entrust me with such a rarity? Of course, you're House Leonster's most promising young knight. You are our future, and I'd sooner see you live this day. Arming you properly is the best I can do to help for now, so yes, take this spear. What an honor, my lord, thank you. It really loves Finn. Yes. I was kind of wondering when that might happen, just because Heroes Finn shows up with a Brave Lance as his primary weapon. Finn becomes a main character just like that, yes. The personal weapon in Thracia too, so it doesn't shock you. I think it's been a while since he got his refine, but I think his refine is also a brave weapon. Blue hair, check. Looks like the attributes of a main character fulfilled. Should probably be more to it than that, but you know. Actually, I guess these guys are just gonna sit on the villages. I think this one is gone. I doubt I'd be able to get Lewin close enough. You don't think you've ever gotten that village casually? I feel like the game makes a point of making it so it's pretty close to impossible to get it.
Hope will never die.
Just crit. I mean, he crit on the second hit, so it ended up not mattering. Would it be nice to see that the first time? You can get it, but you have to super rush hard for it. Yeah, that's why I said close to impossible, because it seems like it should be possible if that's like your only goal. It's kind of like how you can get, you can technically save the village that explodes in Engage 13, but you basically have to put all your energy into it. Just have to rush the whole game down with Sigurd easy. Yeah, clearly. Just press the Sigurd button, right? Yeah, the village they burn down on the very first turn. And it gets, all it gets you is an elixir, too. Oh, now they're coming back. I wasn't sure if they were gonna get baited like that. Right, it's showtime, boys! You know the drill, surrender ain't an option. Let's show them how the real men fight. Oh boy. Take a sigh. Oh, that must be a gusty castle. I'd say we're due for a break. Hopefully we'll be able to find a lead on Prince Ludin's whereabouts in town. I guess I didn't really look at these guys either. Shield ring, wow, 23 defense. To make it very clear that we have to take him out with magic. Paragon Band. I see. Oh, there's a crit. Yeah, village saved just like that. More magic. All the magic. Wait, I don't know how far forward I want Lex to be since those are all sword enemies. Myth games where Sap experience is really generous like this Awakening. It's fairly generous and new mystery too. A little bit costly gold-wise, but you still get a lot of experience out of it. Covered everyone's turns. I like how this Macaulay stayed gold. Oh no! Rip Village. How close do we want to get here? Probably hold like right here. Okay, new mystery blind. When suddenly 10 moves Slinky spawn, you have no warning about it and just flies them to kill your dancer healer. Whoops. Yeah, that's kind of new mystery.
The enemy!
Yeah, it took you this long with the VTuber hands to look off to you. In what way? Look like man hands and are too big. I mean, they're animal hands, right?
The enemy!
You just pulled it off, Banner Harden and Heroes. Like, the horse Harden? Regular one, okay, yeah, so that'd be a fairly decent pull. Because Fallen Harden is so aged at this point, I'm not sure what he'd even be good for anymore. You notice that the V character blinks with one eye most of the time, and sometimes there's a weird little one eye and a time blink. Yeah, sometimes the camera detection on my eyes is a little weird. Because sometimes it also gets stuck blinking a lot. I'm not entirely sure why. I guess maybe if I give it a bit more light, it'll detect better. There's no way Lewin reaches him right now. So let's talk to the village, and then we can dance him to go into the forest. Old Fighter 4 fodder trust one day. I mean, considering how fast they outdated Special Fighter and Vengeful Fighter 4, I have to wonder if it'd actually be even useful. Like King Imka was truly a great man. His son passing has been nothing but devastating for us all. He's barely been buried for long, and his son Chigal's already running the country into the ground. If Lord Eldigan had a claim to the throne somehow, then we wouldn't be in this mess. Foreshadowing. Maybe. Walton's actually really fast, too. Wait, that cross... no, I guess it should stick by Lachesis, hopefully. Really hope he doesn't just, like, YOLO out. That could cause issues. Left tracking just seemed better tonight if I'm using that new thing I found. Yeah. Oh no, the cross sight did yellow off. Why? Greedy in a moment, yes. But yeah, I did the reconfiguration, so now it's also partially reading off my mic. It uses both the mic and the webcam tracking. Plus, I customized a few settings, so it should have higher sensitivity. Siege about to just sweep the entire army? Some I doubt it. The boss, like Waltz, looks like he's gonna wreck him. Well, now that entire thing is aggro. That's fantastic. And I've lost 2 Beowulf is in this. Oh, apparently he's the one on the back, so he acts last. I might pull back here, because, like, as soon as Alva dies, all this is gonna chase me, including these guys. It seems kind of bad. Is that an Anthony imposter from Revelation? I mean, I don't know, what would you be trying to imposter or trying to do by being an Anthony imposter? So it's not like Anthony actually did anything in that route. I think that was a crit? Sounded a little different anyway. Well, can't wait for Alpha to suicide and then everything to just chase me down this corridor. Nice little 3 in a pinch there, yeah. Hopefully it holds. Have I memorized everyone's skills yet? Not exactly, no. Man, he's gonna get cherry tapped out from this. His mercs are pathetic. Just a bit. No, not Elva. If only he had a better sense of survival. Wait, what? So they just gathering on his corpse? I'm really confused. Formation, you fools! Preserve the formation! Oh, we're trying not to kill Beowulf, but Nia is actually making it really hard. And I guess Lewin gets to loot all these villages. They arrived in a line, so you assume they're very confused. Lord Eldigan is a sincere and righteous man. Alas, his sincerity has never been welcomed to the ears of King Jagal. That's gotta be why he was locked up. Please, for the good of all Augustria, please help Lord Eldigan. Lewin, more like Luton. Yes. Looted it all. Reach far enough though that he can attack into any of our guys, so Beowulf may be suiciding here. This is what we call a Gilbert moment. You'll pull a Beowulf and attack Sigurd, which you totally did. Don't take this personally. Yeah, we all gotta make a living. Damn, this just ain't my... Well... Sigurd even doubled with the Iron Lance. I mean, 21 speed, right? No, this isn't Iron Man. That's really annoying, though. I wonder why he attacked Sigurd, though. Because, like, Quan and Finn both have less offense. And less speed at that. Quan even has negative avoid. That had to be the worst possible target for him. You're legit not sure if he has hardcode AI to target Sigurd because you feel like every playthrough you've watched, he just kills himself on Sigurd. Beowulf is a free man, he makes his own decisions. Like which lance he jumps onto. Oh, I keep forgetting to change my schedule bot, or the schedule on my bot too. I'll have to do that later, I guess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be recruitable. Well, I guess we're going to reset. I guess I might hang back so that Alva doesn't charge straight into their garrison. Gotta remember to have Quan talk to Finn at some point, too. Yeah, this guy rallies around Lachesis until he decides he wants to just YOLO into the entire enemy army. I can take them! To be fair, he kind of can. At least as far as most of the sword cavalier enemies go. Hey, Afraid. Gone alright. We're trying to keep Beowulf from suiciding. With mixed results. Yeah, I guess the Zell's not close enough this time. You missed the reload. Yeah, I went back since Beowulf suicided. There wasn't really any point in continuing. Yeah, I guess he has Kanto. Looked back when all the calves up top spawned and you thought, damn, these maps are long. I mean, they are pretty long. That's just kind of how Genealogy is. Ace. HP, strength, and defense for Lex this time. Amazing. Last time was HP and... It was either HP strength or HP defense, so he got whatever he was missing out of strength and defense. One res. Aha, adept. First time seeing that with Lynn. See if we can get their leader at position at least. Because they'll make it safer to try to get at Beowulf. Wait. Louis needs to do his stuff. Go forth, Loon, kill this bandit. Okay, now we can end our turn. Damn, yeah, this Cross Knight is liable to cause so many issues. Because trying to get close, he's gonna have so much movement towards the enemy. Interesting formation. Yeah, for some reason the filter decided to flag Russians. I don't know. Oh, they're actually approaching. Okay. I was wondering if I was gonna have to bait them. Wait, what? Where are you going? Nice formation, I guess. Okay, good, that cross knight barely can't reach. So he can't sabotage everything. Okay, villages saved again. Or villages plural. Magic Bard and a Dancer, the Justice Team. Indeed. What a conga line we got going on here. You seem like decent folk, but a job's a job. Too bad. Too bad your face. Aha. Figured it'd be a pretty easy guess since she was the only new unit to join here, but I wasn't sure. Life insurance wasn't in my contract. Oh no! Hey, you wanna hire my blade? 10,000 gold, take it or leave it. Right, deal. We ain't gonna be disappointed. Okay. I guess Lakisa's just there for 10,000 gold. So maybe I could just talk with anyone. As long as I have the money. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but... Let's see... We do with the Iron Lance? We totally could. Save some silver there. I guess it was too heavy against him. Well, I guess congratulations, Quan, you're getting a Paragon ring. This can't be, you got me. Paragon Quan, baby. Yep. You know, boss like Lara Shell recruiting mercenaries without having to pay because... Actually, is Rennick even really a mercenary, so to speak? He's like... off doing his own thieving thing. But he's not really a mercenary. Actually, are we even worried about Sigurd? He takes 1 damage from these dudes. I guess we'll heal him anyway. You'd be more worried about Sigurd taking too much EXP anyway. I mean, it's Sigurd. Not like it'd be a waste on him. Roads take away 10 avoid. So the labeling is slightly misleading, I guess. Yeah, because the shield definitely, I can see giving an impression that it means defense. Roads make you less sneaky. Yes. Finn, no! How could you? How are you faring so far, Deirdre? I know my brother is worried something fierce about you risking your life like this. Ethelyn? Thank you for asking, but I'm doing just fine for now. Everything will be alright, I can feel it. So long as I'm at Sigurd's side, our happiness will see us through. I don't think I've ever seen Sigurd as happy as he's been since he met you. He's practically a changed man. Ethelyn, here, I'd like you to have this. I've been meaning to give it to you for a while. Oh, is this a light brown? Wow, these are so rare and hard to come by. Are you sure you want to give this to me? Of course. I know it will serve you well. I can't thank you enough, Deirdre. I'll always treasure it. Oops, wrong character. Gaslight. But hey, she might do some real damage if she has to attack stuff now. How many free stuff combos have there been between allies? This is like the 6th or 7th at this point. Which reminds me, I still have to have Dew talk to Lachesis. Or is it the other way around? Or wait, did I already talk to... Okay, I already did. I couldn't remember if I did it before or after I saved. This Cross Knight's also gonna just, like, run out in the middle of this. Wonder who he's gonna end up body blocking here. Yeah, we already talked to that one before. Yes, it's 1 to P range. This game predated support combos. You guessed. You could say they were the first support combos in a way. Yeah. As I mentioned before, I kind of see them like how units are supposed to bring weapons or items to people in other games, but since there's no trading in this game, it feels like how they got around it. By just being like, oh here, Ethelyn, have a life brand. It's a present from me to you. Instead of just like Deirdre showing up with a light brand in her inventory. Okay, just gonna sit. Gonna body block Finn, okay. Well, I guess Elva's gonna weaken these guys, so we can kind of just slip in and pick them off. They provide character interactions too. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys would do more damage to Quan, but they'd rather attack Elva. It wouldn't be much more damage to Quan, but it'd still be a little more than 1. Yeah, Elva soften them up, all these fools. My Hans is about to feast. And this one attacking Sigurd instead of Quan. Yeah, I didn't really look that hard at Beowulf. Plenty of strength. Need a splash damage meteor like in 3 ads here. Or, engage override. Reveal Sigurd's true power and override this entire line of enemies. Hit points defense, I see. Physical tank Deidre coming in. Lunch money. I like how the game paused the animation there. It looked like Dew parried him. Aha, there's the crit. Yo, strength speed. Nuke jump, kick, and a nuke. Questionable hit rate. Oh yeah, Thief Sword has 50 base hit. Okay then. Dramatic. These guys are actually kind of hard to double just because the swords don't weigh much. Just skill. Wow, the light brand is really dramatic in this game. Well, I guess we might as well put Finn here with the javelin, because that Green Knight's just about to YOLO up into their formation again. Well, this time we'll be fighting significantly fewer enemies afterward. War is the most dreadful thing, and 'tis always the innocent and helpless who suffer most for it. Please, go home to your families. Here we go. And he's off. Although he might actually survive since Waltz isn't around to chunk his hit points. He's still down by half, though. I guess if we kill enough enemies here, then it'll make him survive. These bow knights seem to hit actually harder than the melee. Or maybe it's just because the axes are whipping. Yeah, they're significantly stronger than the sword armors, that's for sure. Enemies with real hit rates, too. How dare they? It's a... Oh, that Paragon RA being funny. Funny how the road seems to make a huge difference for the farmers. Those close to it get a bunch of extra tiles, otherwise they're almost just stuck. What happened to the enthusiastic sword girl pursuer? Wait, which? You're talking about Sylvia? She's still down here with Lewin cleaning up stuff. We can't thank you enough for helping us. This here sword's the best we can do. It's an unusual sword, ain't it? Called an armor slayer, and with the right hands, it'll cleave right through the thickest armor. If your hands aren't the right hands, though, maybe you can make a quick buck at a pawn shop in town. We got an armor slayer and gold. Haha. Or Ira's on the team if you mean her. I don't know if I'd call Ira enthusiastic, but she is on the team, yes. Oh, the last stream, the Sword Woman following me. Yeah, that's Ira then. We did, in fact, go back and get her. I mean, I guess if you wanted to be dramatic about it, you could ride. He rode out there to attack them back. Feel like there's better uses of his energy, like trying to not die. Yeah, he's very toast. Aha, more defense. He's trying not to die, he's just horrible at it. Living is for chumps, apparently. No. Rip Cross Knight. It's funny, Lachesis is like, please don't die foolishly. And then they proceed to all die foolishly. Nice, good job, Lux. Or where they canto onto the road where they have the lowest possible evade is classic. Yes, truly the move of all time. Oh, like Jesus. You're not very good at taking lunch money, you know that? No Forest Night? What? Can't hit an Armor Knight, now that's something, yes. Speaking of people who are enthusiastic. Wait, was that their class? I thought they were... Okay. I thought their class was Paladin, but maybe I was wrong. That's why I was so confused. Oh, they were Paladins? Okay. Well, there we go. Or strength. And defense. Lunch money get. 29 attack. So as long as we leave him at 15 from this. Or 15 or less. Well, fix Sigurd, I guess. Ah, yes, the important magic stat. Want to hear something saucy? You know how Lord Elegant has a little sister, right? Well, look at him. Wouldn't you say there's more to it than that? If you know what I mean, oh ho ho! I love me a little bit of gossip. Hmm? I've better things to do than run me mouth, you say? Fine. Wow, Kage. Thanks for the pets, Ryby. Anthony's Lord Macbeth is the foulest, most gold-obsessed man there is. He does nothing but torment us for his own profit. I wish I could kill him with my bare hands. This is a very rich bard. Yes, magic and res. Who'd have predicted that? Looking good. Dude, like looks like a snooty fat noble in his portrait, but he's secretly a jackdaw. Such is the way of a lot of FEs. Just generals in general, super jacked, even if they're like the wimpiest looking noble leaders. Well, Faltios, is hands down the best FE game in your opinion? I'm glad it's got its enthusiastic fans. I'm still waiting to pass judgment until I finish it. How many villages do we have left here? There's like 4 that we haven't looted yet. It's a bit of work to be done. It can't be! Grenville's here already? Damn it all! What are those useless mercenaries doing out there? Ugh, fine, I'll fight them myself. Farm that XP while the clingy dancer and bard go on their second date. Yes. Uh-huh. That sure was a level. Yeah, or a girl could kill Snooty Jackknight, but we can still just put off seizing until we've looted everything. Great Lord Eldigan of Norden is a descendant of Hazel the Brave, one of the legendary 12 Crusaders. He wields Hazel's old weapon, Mistletoe, the Demon Blade. They say it's as strong as Isaac's Bolmung and Chelfie's Turfing, the three mightiest blades in all of creation. Ugh, why me? Because you suck. Defense res. Hey, look. Actual physical tank Deirdre. 10 hull defense after the shield ring. And she's got regen to go with it. There's still gotta be descendants of the Dark Lord Lopter living somewhere, right? Folk in the big cities like Agatsi and Mackley certainly seem to think so. Every year they do these huge hunts for Lopter's spawn. They arrest a ton of people and burn them at the stake even if they're innocent. Madness, I tell ya. Oh good, witch hunts. My favorite. We read this one before. Yeah. We looted that one earlier. First time around. Okay, we should just need one more action here to reach those. I feel like unless they want to make us walk all the way back down and around through this pass, this might be the end of the map. And Sylvia gains magic too. Everyone wants to be magical. It's just the state of the world. Beware of Bishop Clement, the Lord of Mackley Castle. That dastard wields a magical staff they call a sleep staff. If you're not careful, you'll find yourself snoozing and wide open to being attacked. Well, that sounds like no good. Who are you? Sorry, we have a visitor. Lord Philot of Valhalla seeks an audience. Lord Philot, I presume. Thank you for coming. Lord Sigurd, the Augustarian conflict has escalated into a full-scale war, I see. How does this battle look at the moment? We're faring well so far, somehow, but this hasn't been easy by any means. Incidentally, Lord Sigurd, I regret to say that I come bearing bad news. What's happened? Nasty rumors have emerged of late in the royal court, and they concerned you. The rumors claim that, in concert with Quan of Leonstar and Eldian of Nordian, you were conspiring against the crown. This, that is said, is why you are harboring the Prince of Isaac in your ranks. What? That's absurd. Who in the world could have started such nonsense? Jazzler Reptor and Duke Langbelt. I see, I should have known. Knowing their disdain for my father, yet to take that grudge so far. Those two are ruled by their envy of your father's immense power as Prince Kurt's advisor, I'd say. They likely believe a Chalfie-controlled prince will strip them of their influence once he takes the throne. Fear and jealousy dominate their lives, don't let your guard down against them. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the warning. By the way, sir, pray tell, how goes the Isaacian campaign? Is there an end in sight? It seems there is indeed, from what we've heard. We expect the triumphant return of the prince and your father any day now. Thank the gods Prince Kurth is safe. Losing him in this war would have dealt such a blow to Granvale's future. Oh no. Sigurd, you shouldn't say that. Now he's gonna get killed on the way back. Everyone wants to be magical except that one is Zell level with strength and defense. Well, yes. Speaking of stakes and burning, you can't wait for the next season of the second Netflix Castlevania series. Both are so good. I haven't seen them myself, but I have heard good things about them. I know my father worries so about how the Valhalla lineage would end with His Majesty's death, unmarried as he is. Indeed, before the war started, we were trying to hasten him to search for a wife. If I may, is there a problem? Indeed, the story behind this has been well known in the royal court for a long time now. Regrettably, His Highness struggles to move on from a long-lost love. Really? Why did he never marry this person? Well, perhaps I ought to tell you the complete tale. This happened some 20 years ago. Prince Kurth had an affair with the Duchess of Velthamar, a truly lovely woman as I recall. Duke Victor of Velthamar was, well, he was a philanderer of the worst degree and had countless lovers. The prince, of course, is nothing like him. He wished only to support the Duchess of first, but the two soon fell deeply in love. Victor was distraught, needless to say. He penned a letter denouncing the pair, then he took his own life. The Duchess could bear to stay no longer. She fled Granvale and was never seen again. As I recall, her name was Sigyn. Wow, that's horrible. So she was the mother of Lord Arvis. Indeed, I can scarcely imagine what it was like for him, losing both parents at only the age of 7. And yet, I feel so sorry for the prince, not to mention for Sigyn as well. Oh, my apologies, I'm sure a soldier of your caliber has better things to do than worry about court gossip. Please, don't worry about the story. You have a war with Augustria to win, after all. Very well, Lord Sigurd. We look forward to the day that you too return to the fatherland in triumph. Well, it hasn't ended, so I guess we're walking back. Court gossip, you sure it wasn't important? Yeah. I mean, none of those are ill rumors that will result in the Antichrist being born, right? can't be serious. They've come as far as Anthony? Are they just gonna keep going until all Augusteria is theirs? They'll have to come this way. They've no choice but to fight. Deploy the bullseye! We're all that stands between the capital and Granvale's Dogs of War. Oh boy. King Jagal, with all due respect, may we begin already? We need to find Prince Lewin as quickly as possible. You said you know his location, that's the only reason I'm here. Apologies for the delay, Knight, but I just received word of a lead for you. I trust you've noticed we're currently contending with a Granvale invasion. They've taken Prince Lewin captive. My scouts report that their army is arresting and executing anyone and anything that stands in their way. Your prince is being held in Evans Castle. Reports say that he is soon to face the axe. No, I can't allow this. Thank you for your assistance. We'll leave to rescue him at once. Our queen, Rana, cautioned us against clashing with other nations on our mission, but we may have no choice. Should Granvale's troops cross our way, they'll be confronted without hesitation. Oh, that's even better than I'd hoped. Best of luck on your hunt. I'll be on my way then. I hear they've made him do village duty. She's gone. Peh. Stupid little girl. Ready the gutsy knights to deploy. And those pigs in a single strike. That is a lot of bullseye. Great. So they're coming down for Evans, I guess. Damn, it looks like this is infinite use, too. Yeah, time for backtracking. Like, excessively long backtracking, too. The only way to reach the ballista is by... getting there with flyers, because these thickets are impassable. Riveting gameplay, yes. This chapter is brutally long, one of the most hated chapters in the game. You think the person who said it earlier was their fate was probably joking, rather than the music being nice and chill. You can see liking this chapter for its early parts. Yeah, the early parts were kinda nice. The rest of this is pretty wide. Imagine if Genealogy had smaller maps. I'm not really sure if the maps are the biggest problem, really. What is the range on sleep? So basically covers like everything on the right side. Oh, we can't actually go to Lachesis' original castle because it's technically not ours. I guess we can probably sandbag them. They don't look like they're the toughest opponents. But I said it before, the way these maps are in kind of size and general army design, I feel like it would benefit better or like more from being like an ogre battle system over full turn-based SRPG. Looks like they're headed left, which is interesting. I guess they don't actually have an interest in attacking Evans. But I don't know if Arden's gonna actually last if he has to defend here. We might have to send someone else back. Massive these units. Well, the javelin weighs a ton. Could we send Lex? He's probably our next tankiest person that we can spare. And the enemies on the road are all swords anyway, so Well, mostly swords, so him fighting them is not going to be the greatest. You can see Ogre battle style, I just don't think Effie would change things up that drastically. Yeah. Yeah, for a remake, I doubt that would happen. I was thinking more if they were... when they were looking to do this originally on the SNES, it would have been probably a lot better to do it in some kind of real time for movement. I'm gonna put Lex here. I gotta figure out if I want to send him back or not soon. Sure, well, he's strong and he's tough. And don't forget slow, yeah. And he has Vantage! But I mean, pretty much anyone's getting doubled. So, like, I don't know how much better Lex is gonna do. The same defense, also getting doubled, but slightly higher hit points, so we can probably sandbag a little more easily. I kind of wish Aaron had a javelin, because it would, 1, weigh her down a lot, and 2, then I could just equip an iron axe and have him sit there and maybe dodge some of the stuff without actually retaliating. But if I equip an iron axe now, he's just gonna end up beating up Aaron. I do like how these guys seem to have no concern for actually capturing objectives. This Pegasi are also moving very slowly. You hope any players here had a fun time with the first Roker Siege. Has been over a year, because you sure did. Yeah, I had fun with it, although I have to say, it reminds me of why I'm glad they don't come around very often anymore. You're wrong, host. You haven't asked in yesterday's stream, but how long have I been using the VTuber model? For, going on 2 weeks at this point? It's not been particularly long. I guess I'll get a chance to move away before he can sleep again. And then I'll be sort of pincering them. Should make things interesting. It's also the only mode where you can truly unload onto a helpless meat bag with your bridal catchery's maximum potential. Fair, I guess. If nice adapt. The enemies with Pursuit are gonna be problematic, though. Can we override that? If only. Damn, too many hit points left there. Noted override in the Sigurd game, you feel truly scammed. Indeed. Damn, and we're slower than this archer. Kinda just have a problem where our units haven't grown in a way that's good. Sigurd did gain a bit of strength, so it's not, like, completely crashed. Gonna be doing a lot of backpedaling here, though. Actually, the rate this is going at, we'll probably end up using Return on Lewin before these Pegasi reach us. Just in case, we'll still set this up. Yeah, I mean, the infantry caught up while the cavalry were fighting stuff. Especially since we haven't been doing, like, full Sigurd sweep or anything like that. But I'm starting to get the impression that I really should just be doing Sigurd and pretty much nothing else. Nope. Some of these guys on a piece of Sigurd. His existence has made them angry. Sigurd vs. Seth, battle for strongest unit in FE history. I feel like Sigurd wins because, unlike Seth, he doesn't need to protect a weak lord. Because he is the lord. How aggressive do we want to get here? This Duke Knight can actually reach us. Hmm. 26 wouldn't be enough. Or 28 wouldn't be enough. It would become 19 twice. Figured two-shot Seth because Seth got weapon might diffed. I didn't realize we were going for like a full-on duel there. Not sure why the AI is running back, but let's see if we can entice them to split up here. Isn't Titania or Har stronger than Seth? I would say Titania's not quite got the same staying power relative to her game. Radiant Dawn Har is kinda, yeah. Although he's proportionally, I think, in fewer lower percentage of the game than, say, Seth is. Silver Lance Seth does single-digit damage to Har, so sure. And yeah, I guess if we're going full combat, then Har probably just beats everyone there. Hello, Pepita. Nice model, thanks. Glad you appreciate it. Let's see. Where's Lynn? Get over here. Nice skill. Fantastic levels, truly. Now the question is going to be how we deal with actually having Lewin approach them. Because I don't know if the AI is actually programmed in a way where the Pegasi won't attack him. Although I guess, with his offense as it is, let's see. I guess if he's on the castle, the javelins will just completely fail to kill him, or should, because they're hosing their speed and have basically no hit rate. I think Elwind is actually effective against flyers here. Maybe? Maybe not. I guess it doesn't say, so it probably isn't. His armor swear specifically says cripples armors. I guess we'll swap Lewin in next turn and see. Because I guess this way we can make these Pegasus Knights kill themselves and then leave Aaron alive to talk to, theoretically. Sheridan can tank the Pegasi, right. I mean, Lex is gonna do it, but either way, doesn't look great for them. Actually, I guess with Weapon Triangle, Lex would probably be unhittable for the most part there. So maybe I flip back to using the hand axe. Because he'll also be so slow that the hand axe shouldn't kill Aaron anyway. I'm trying to figure out what those guys are doing. They decide to just, like, leave? Because now they're not even heading for Sigurd, they're just going back into the canyon. Don't do enough damage here. There. Let's see what they do to this. We need a great GBA Great Knight or whatever that Cav tree promotion was called with all 3 weapon types available. I mean, Awakening and Fates kept that model of Great Knight in their promotion branches. Let's see if Quan can bait them into separating a little. If not, I guess Sigurd's gonna hang out in this castle and fight them. Have I been keeping up with the Unicorn Overlord patch notes? No. I've been letting the game download its updates, but I don't want to see any spoilers, so I've just not been reading the patch notes. Rip Edelgard, who didn't promote to a Baron even if the game was setting up for it. Yeah, that was definitely a strange choice. Because I'm not quite sure what the purpose of her personal class is. They are just leaving. Nice. We lured him into fighting us in melee, instead of trying to attack us from outside the castle. Yeah, I guess the one version of Baron is an army mage, right? Because technically, Gaiden and Shadows of Valentia have Baron, but it's just better armor knight. The purpose of Edelgard's personal class is probably to indiscriminately kill and conquer. I mean, sure, but I mean its actual function in combat. Makes sense you've been waiting to play it due to playing Elden Ring and waiting for all the classes to get balanced out if some are particularly weak. I do have to wonder about that. How much rebalancing they do for a single-player game, though. Because a lot of companies really don't do too much with rebalances like that. We can besiege ourselves. Which I guess is more like a counter besiege here. Last patch recently buffed some weaker units, so it might be going well in that regard. I guess we'll see. Wait, can this guy not? Oh, this guy doesn't even have a javelin. Interesting, so this is a full sword pack. Yeah, these guys are a bit wimpier. I think Quan could basically solo this. I guess we want to be careful not to get surrounded because these guys are kind of scary if they try to group up with them. Feels like we have control of the situation at this point, though. Or at least as much as we can with the way things unfolded. Trying to think of how I might be able to sneak Lewin in behind, but like, Aaron's hanging out behind the rest of our group. Yup, Lex's class got buffed already in the last patch, didn't seem super good in the demo. Yeah. I mean, the matchups early on are pretty bad for him, too. It's just not really anything that he's good against. I'm actually thinking about trying to fold him back into my army once I've started unlocking, or once I unlock more of the 5th slots for my squads. I guess we'll let them ram into us here. It goes onto the road to attack Quan. Real big brain play there. This Quan is gonna be so jacked on experience. Nice. He's caught up to Sigurd on defense now. He's gonna be great come endgame, I know, right? So this squad of guys here just abandoned. Actually, huh. It seems like they're meant to hold this choke point. So I wonder if, because Lewin got put to sleep, like, up here, these guys were directed to attack him. And then once he woke up, they were like, oh, yeah, supposedly the demo was the full game with the timer. So I guess theoretically, if you're fully optimized, you could beat it. Although I guess it'd have to be faster than the current speedrun. Because I think the current speedrun is, well, like 12.5 hours. So you'd have to slice off 2.5 hours. Finn's just one strength short of killing this guy. At least without getting counterattacked. Let's see. I guess this will let him clean it up with the steel instead, or the iron. Actually, iron might be nice, because then he can... If these guys attack him, they'll all kill themselves on him. Hey, Simbupa, this map is massive, or though on the old SNES. Yeah, it's very ambitious. Although I'm not sure how well it uses the map size, because there's a lot of dead space. Maybe if Lewin comes around this way. In theory, he might be able to reach Aaron if they don't move too far. Do I want a chance going around that side? I'm gonna see if I can catch her. Well, Dead Space gameplay-wise, but you think it adds to the cohesive feel of the map representing the countries? I guess. I feel like the amount of walking detracts from that, though. Because it's like, okay, it's technically realistic, but is it realistic in a fun way? Not really. Wait, what are they doing? Oh, they're the garrison. Yeah, okay, so they must have been going for Lewin. Since He got initiated on with the sleep, and then they rushed out. That's interesting. Fun with AI. Yo, go Finn. That's a level. Oh no, not Tactics Ogre. Ogre Battle style. Like, his Tactics Ogre is more like FF Tactics, which is very more SRPG, even though there's an auto battle in that. It wouldn't be quite the same, I think, as having, say, a waypoint system in a more RTS-like. Ah yes, the ever-important magic. Also defense. You haven't played either Ogre game? Although, did you catch when I played March of the Black Queen? You can see Ogre Battle style movement where the fights put you into a skirmish map like Echoes, dungeon encounters. Yeah, that'd probably work. You might have seen one day of it. Okay. Please come down and don't body block yourself behind these. Think he can reach? Damn it, no. One tile short. Well, I guess I could... I know, at least with Arvis, he was programmed to talk to us. Maybe Aaron will come talk to Lewin if I put him in the doorway. But I want to block the doorway so she doesn't try to fight Lex. Oh wow, I can't end my turn here. Well, that's annoying. Oh, I guess you can't actually reach the... I guess that's... interesting? I'm gonna swap to an Iron Axe and let... Because I don't know if I want to kill them, necessarily. Because they might turn green after I talk to Aaron. Well, I guess I'm gonna trust that Aaron's squad knows not to murder Lewin. Your availability for catching streams tends to come and go in waves, so it's easy to miss whole games. Fair. That's some RD Ike moves and says, "Why must you seek me out, vibes?" Yes. If they murder their prince, I'll be kind of annoyed, but also it'll be funny. Well, Sylvia and Ethlyn are very slowly getting over here. Incompetent devs. Iranius talks to Lewin on her own. Incompetent devs. Iranius kills Lewin. What's it gonna be, game? It's a good question, but I feel like if they had the tech to have Arvis walk over and talk to me or talk to Sigurd, they should have the tech to do this. And I guess not only the tech, but the will to actually implement it. It's Ballista Formation, I have to wonder about though, because these thickets you can't actually travel through. And they actually cover each other, so it's not like one Pegasus can come in and snipe them. Arvis was green, we'll see. Yeah, true. Well, time to see, I guess. Yeah, it seems like they attack Lux, but they ignore Lewin. Or maybe, no. The enemy's definitely attacked, regardless of counterattack capability before. Oh, there it is. Why must you do this to yourselves? That dodge means that last one can't kill him, though. And Aranias is not actually in range. Oh, great. She moved in a way that still body blocks. But I still can't get to her. August Vision, yep. Protect the squad commander from that fearsome mage. Or rather, the squad commander is hiding behind her fellows to protect herself from that fearsome mage. things. Actually, the pickets I wouldn't even be able to close distance without being shot at. Never mind the bullets covering each other. Wow, really? Listen carefully, Granville Knight. Release Prince Loon immediately. Are you serious? I think that, yeah, she's walked in from actually... That's so dumb. I'm gonna have to kill one of these so that we can actually get at him. Can't believe she just ignored him and didn't talk to him. Release Loon at once! You realize he's standing outside in the yard, right? But what? The other knights attacked him even, yeah. This is just several layers of ridiculous. Kind of funny that Loon was just on my side without any meeting with my army. Yeah, that is kind of odd. Can you please stop suiciding on your prince? What is wrong with you? Maybe he just likes the cut of my jib, I guess. Wait, Ernest. What the hell are you doing here? Huh? Aren't you? It can't be, Prince Lewin. What exactly are you wearing, my lord? What? This? I'm a bard now, you know. Walking the land, spreading songs of cheer. What do you say? Perfect? Or perfect? Perfect? But why, my lord? Aren't you supposed to be held captive at Evans? I got here as fast as I could, but... I'm imprisoned at Evans, am I? Where'd you hear that one? King Jagal of Augustria said so. Jagal? Ha! Hate to break it to you, Aranis, but you've been tricked. It's nice and all that you're so ready to trust, but you wouldn't last 10 seconds out there in the city. He'd eat you and your innocence alive. You might even end up like Sylvia. Sylvia, my lord? Oh, Sylvia, it's not important. Point is, what are you doing all the way out here? Isn't it obvious I'm here to find and bring you home, my lord? It's been 2 years since you fled Silice. Her Majesty is gravely worried about you. Please, my lord, come home with me. Do you have any idea what that'd do to Silice, Ernest, if I go back? I'll have no choice but to take the throne. It's my late father's will, but my uncles would never accept it. Just one false step and we'd have a civil war, just like here. It's always the common folk who suffer for it. If there are people who want to be kings or whatever, great. Out here, though, I'm free, and I like it that way. I don't want a thing to do with that throne. For the good of Silice, just give it to one of my uncles. I can't allow that, my lord. You know as well as I do that the kings of Silice must bear descent from Forseti, the wind god. You, my lord, are the sole living scion of his lineage. Neither you or neither of your uncles bear it. You, my lord, are Silice's future. Yourself and your uncles aside, all Silice wishes to see you claim the throne. And your mother, the queen, was in tears when she sent me. Please, my lord, come back. Don't you start crying too. Give me a break. I can't stand to see a woman in tears. Okay, fine. I'll think about going home. Just give me some time to muster the nerve, alright? Thank you. In that case, I'm staying with you until you're ready, my lord. I'll send a messenger back to Silice to report that you're safe. Wow, you're persistent. I'll grant you that. Alright. I think I'll stay with Sigurd's army for now. He's a pretty neat guy to work with. Not to mention this army's full of beauties. Hey, Ernest, you could stand to get to know some of the ladies here. Maybe their stylishness could rub off on you a bit. Yes, my lord. Yeah, I'm just kidding, Ernest. Relax a bit. Don't take everything so seriously. Yeah, nobody in the world's as sweet as you. Don't you ever change a thing. Yes, my lord, or yes, sir, I mean, no, my lord. Well, that got awkward. Ripper Squad, though, yeah. Son of Gautier sounds like a really bad insult. That's actually something that's in Sylvain's ending, Akron, where two-timers are called Sons of Gautier. So now I'm not... Not sure what I'm gonna do here. There's like a billion ballistae. Not really any good way to deal with it. I guess in theory... maybe an infantry unit can sneak up the mountain? But it's not like I have any brigands or anything. So it'd be maybe Ira and Jumke. You see I'm using her official name, Irenaeus. You believe this fan relation influenced that decision to rename her in Heroes? Her original name was Furion? Kai, yeah, the patch read about how Irenaeus is another name for the Furies. A name like Fury really does not suit how she behaves here. She's about as naive as you can get, I think. Actually, even if I did get infantry in here, like, all that infantry is pretty squishy. So even though these things are not, like, strong, getting hit multiple times is gonna add up the 10 damage, especially since there's no such thing as vulneraries. What I might do is get put to sleep on purpose over here to shuffle these guys out again. And then maybe if his entire reserve is killed, then we can just push through and ignore the ballistae. Yeah, I think that's what I might do. And I might bring... Of course, no, I'm gonna walk Deirdre all the way back. Maybe I'll warp her. Make things less annoying. Although it's gonna take a while to get Irenaeus over anyway, so... I guess I don't know if it really matters that much. I feel like there'll probably be an event around these ramparts, because I have no idea how else we're supposed to get up the cliff. I don't know if Yggdrasil itself is popular enough for people to finish that translation. Actually, walk Sylvia down here too. Oh, that's gonna be a long walk for Deirdre. Actually, can we... No, getting into range from this side is just gonna be in range of all the ballistae. At the third last chapter of the game. So... slow but steady. You remember it being super edgy? Huh. Although the game itself isn't, afraid to say certain things, so... Your favorite image is the guy with a horse wearing the blade is twice his height? Sounds like classic, manga drawing, I guess. This manga took the game's edginess and hammed it up to 11? Jeez. Probably actually be right to hide everyone else here. These enemies are fast and have pursuit, so they're really dangerous. Okay, our egg growing as predicted. So at least the mages are somewhat slow. So I just want to pick these guys with Sigurd. They're kind of annoying to deal with, and he'll double them instead. Exceed a recovery time on a soldier because he wanted a sectoid command. Or, sectoid commander capture, don't know if worth. I mean, you kind of have to do it to win the game. these guys get a little closer, we can probably just blast them at this point. Since without two of their Myrmidons, they're gonna have a lot less staying power. Be patient, wait for them to overextend a little more, and then they're dead. Then after that, what I'll probably end up doing is silencing Clement, and then just sending my tankiest dudes to punch through this armor and then get the castle again after silencing him a second time. But for that to work, we gotta get the garrison out of the way. A nice crit on the third attack. HP luck, eh? Sure, Lux, whatever. Dodge the 76, huh? Manga logically probably get MIDI X Zelda. Oh my. Actually, we might be able to hit him with just one silence. Well, do we want to do that? It would save us money. But we'd have to weather the ballista damage, I think. Granted, I guess Sigurd and Quan are both so tanky, they kind of don't give a crap. And Finn and Lex aren't that far behind. Oh, hey, Sylvia's is actually an AoE. I did not realize that. I was kind of wondering why I couldn't select a target. Well, that seems a little broken. We're still like 4 turns off of getting Deirdre into position. Forest movement. What fun. One more turn, I guess. Yeah, we're one tile away. Soon we'll seize Mackley and get the funny sentence. Is it about wanting Tupin? No, that's a different game, isn't it? Definitely still gonna need help from Quan with this. Damn, Quan. Not Finn. How dare you? Lex this time. They're missing an awful lot of 60 to 70s. Which is pretty unexpected. I know that this class is Ballista. No, absolutely not. It's madness. Do we even need the silence here? Actually, not taking a lot of damage. Although, let's see, do we one round? Play 9. Okay, we have to use a silver if we're gonna do it. Cursed invaders have come this far, I suppose I have no choice. Do your worst. Yeah, will I go down in glory? No, you won't. end the bliss I committed seppuku. Sleep obtained. A little early in the night for that, right? Good, Mackley is ours. That leaves the capital, Augusti. Indeed, sire, but don't get too careless. We've been informed that Augusti still hosts a sizable defense force. We ought to take the utmost care. You're right. Who knows what Chagall has up his sleeve? Well, I guess Deirdre just lives here now. I'm not gonna move her down again. Like, look, honey, new forest. Five of them down to none in simple seas, yep. All we had to do was get put to sleep in order to fool the enemy into overextending its garrison. She might be Sigurd's waifu, but she's not allowed to share his horse. It's true. Yep, they have a convo at the start of the chapter about how she'll never leave his side, and then he's just gone. Bye-bye. Have I ever seen Sigurd and his horse not in the same room? You don't think so? Good question. Is there... I know he's got a ton of alts and heroes, but is there a alt where he doesn't have a horse? You thought about adding the rescue mechanic to this game, it could make a big difference. It would definitely make infantry a lot more viable, that's for sure. There is a non-cap Sigurd and Heroes, alright. I couldn't remember if there was because IS makes far too many alts. I guess those ramparts are probably gonna like blow up and each spawn 10 soldiers or something dumb like that. What? Mackley has fallen too. Zane! Your units are last line of defense. Take the field immediately. Yes, sir, but... Cease your whining. Get out there. Chagall, so quick to panic at the first sign of trouble, are we? You, Manfroy! If it weren't for your schemes, I wouldn't be in this mess. How in the blazes will you fix this? Heh. You exaggerate my role. All I did was advise the removal of the king. Obstacle to your ambition as he was. All else was your choice. Can you doubt this? Damn it all, how is Sigurd's little army even this strong? This isn't fair. Manfroy, I'm begging you, help me. What am I supposed to do now? As I said, this isn't over. As a last resort, I do believe you have a fellow of use imprisoned here. Yes, I speak of Eldigan. Eldigan and Sigurd have been associates for years. Sigurd will unquestionably listen to Eldigan's counsel. Of course, Eldigan can't do that while locked up, can he? Go apologize to him. Yes, of course. Surely Eldigan is the answer. Now, if you'll excuse me. Duh, what a simpleton. Your Excellency, I bear news from the east. Just now, I bore witness to the assassination of Prince Kurth. Is that so? Excellent. This grows more interesting, if I do say so myself. Gasp! The prince got assassinated? Who could have possibly conceived that? With Kurt's death, there remains but a single scion to Naga's holy lineage, and that old fool hardly needs our help to die. And then, all that will remain is the restoration of the Dark One, and then the world will belong to us. What of Duke Arvis, Your Excellency? Is he in agreement with your plan? Why, of course. As a bearer of the Dark One's blood, what choice does he have? Not even one of Arvis's stature can afford the wider world learning of his dark heritage, lest he be burned at the stake. Could a man as prideful as Arvis bear to meet such an end? So, he will betray his king and style himself emperor, and... Indeed, but that will not be enough. Arvis alone cannot restore the Dark God. We still need one more person, that woman's daughter. Nice cavalry. Now which one looks more evil? Hard to tell. You never realize how laid out the plot is told you in these cutscenes. You get so you really turn your brain off playing FE. Yeah, I feel like a lot of FE really does just like try to stay it as straight as possible. Cause like GBA era does the same thing. Tellius has a decent amount of info dumps too. And then, well, I mean, Awakening is pretty simple and straightforward, and then Fates likes to just spell it out a lot of the time when it's not trying to be completely cryptic. Or Cav armies, where's the Rider's Bane? Good question. New experience, people tend to know more about old FE stories from general community knowledge as opposed to the games themselves. Kind of shocking how information is actually presented here. Yeah, I mean, you know, when I say that GBA basically does the same thing, I'm thinking of, like, the Lycian Crisis in FE7, where they're just like, let me just spill all of Nurgle's plans. Yes, you did start with Three Houses where you have to dig for lore crumbs. Yeah, Three Houses does it, like, the opposite extreme. Where it really could have done with saying more, instead of just being like, yeah, I don't know, there's this big battle in the past and we don't really want to explain shit. Men, move out! We may die here today, but we shall die in the Fatherland's name. Okay, I guess they didn't move right away, so, not quite same turn there yet. Nice mix of dudes. These guys are a lot slower than their previous garrison, though. Except for Mr. Horseslayer here. Still not going to be enough against Sigurd, though. Although it'll definitely make it more dangerous for him to fight. Okay, how many of these are bows? 2, 3, 4. So we can't really do much with Anya's until those are eliminated too. Luckily, she can just kind of hang out on the cliff and wait for an opportunity to smack stuff. You did a Google image search for FE4 mangas or manga Zane, and it shows the giant horse player in the first result. I mean, that sounds like something so meme-tastic. There's no way it can't be in the top 3, right? We know Nemesis was the bandit king that looted Sothis, and that's about it. Yeah, there's a little bit more on the history of the countries, but hilariously enough, a lot of that stuff is, at least I find it, that backstory stuff more interesting than the current conflict in Three Houses. And that stuff kind of informs the current conflict too, so the fact that they didn't really give much for it hurts the story for me. Especially since they play super coy about the Dusker stuff. They're like, oh yeah, Rodrigue's been doing his own investigation. By the way, we're not gonna give you crap for information from that. One of the biggest things about Yggdrasil's story is that you don't learn, if you only hear about it on forums, is that a lot of it isn't in the games at all, is instead published in ancillary material like magazine articles and developer musings. Yeah, I mean, I can't fault them that much for that, because that's kind of a SNES era thing where every JRPG did that. And actually, not even just that. Like you see that with NES era stuff. Although I feel like NES is very much a necessity thing where they didn't have enough memory on the cartridge to actually put enough of the story in. Awakening kind of does it too with how much important stuff is in the DLC. Yeah, Future Past, I guess. Sayoness Forest has a lengthy translated story that was posted somewhere by one of the developers that's basically just an extended prologue to Thresia and novelizes the fall of Leonster. Nice. Alright guys. This chapter has had me playing for like 6 hours and I haven't refilled my drink, so I'm gonna go do that since this capture is a pretty good checkpoint. So I'll be right back and then we will go take down Zane, steal his horse lair, and capture his castle.
How long have you been standing there?
Alright, I'm back. Oh, jeez. Looks like, right when I stepped away, he jumped in for the raid. Thanks for the raid, Sakura. Quaddle Guard jump scare, yes. He is still my, away screen representative. Anyway, you came from playing Thracia, nice. You're an FE girly, but you could never get into FE4. Thanks for the affiliate wishes. Yeah, I almost... It kind of snuck by me that my affiliate anniversary was coming up. So I almost forgot about myself, but yeah, this is... You don't know if I'm enjoying this, but I'm pushing through. I mean, there's aspects that I definitely criticize, but it's still been a reasonably enjoyable game in general. And I'd much rather play this over FE1, I'll tell you that much. There are any particular standout units in this game? I mean, Sigurd. Sigurd's pretty busted, yes. Aside from that, Kwan's been doing really good. I had a lot of fun with Midir, but I feel like his levels haven't been as good lately, so I don't know if I just got lucky. Pins popping off at FE5. Well, I'm getting him mostly going here. He is one of my better units. So he's doing pretty well for himself. The FE1 is great, the UI tells me everything I need to know. Yes, clearly. Absolutely. No doubt about it. These guys are probably gonna move in like a half here. So I wonder... Let's do this so we can move up multiple extra units here. Alright, have a good sleep. Thanks again for the raid. Because you Marth and things that Marth will kill. Oh my. Yeah, this is an AoE dance. Which seems a little ridiculous, but sure. I'll take it. Did I leave? Oh yeah, I left Dew and Zell behind here. I don't know how much they're gonna do against an entire line of cavalry, though. I'll probably bait them into me a bit until I can soften things up and expose Zane, then we'll jump on him and blow him up. To be fair, with the amount of map movement, you feel like the AoE dance is justified, yeah. I mean... She's also a 6-move infantry, so it really helps her actually stand out being able to do that. 'Cause you might only be dancing twice in a map anyway. Or I guess twice between strongholds is probably a better way to put it. Use it to jumpstart the cavalry, and then she'll just lag behind the rest of the time. Oh, they are apparently not charging us. I was completely expecting a charge since the last cav line just came straight at us. But these Ballista have even less attack. Sigurd only takes 1 damage, and Quan takes no damage. Hilarity. Roy is OP in Fanhax. So you're talking about Project Ember, right? Everyone's OP in Project Ember. Need a mini pair-up for infantry to tag along with the calves. It's an idea. Yeah, even Sophia is silly in Project Ember. Oh, now they're sort of aggroing. I guess it was a zone trigger or something. Or maybe they're 2-move AI. Damn, looks like Zane's hanging out behind everyone else, which I guess is probably in character. That also means getting at him is gonna be a huge pain. Wait, why is the Troubadour in front? Mistakes were made. I have all the healers on standby over here. Of course, the AI is optimized to use the most janky strats. Yes, if they use Confusion Fu, how can we possibly beat them? Hey, Uncle Boy, thanks for the affiliate cheer. Hello, Jesse. This is on the Super Famicom, basically. Although technically, any Super Famicom games can be played on the Super Nintendo if you snap off the tabs inside. Scariest enemy is the one I cannot possibly predict. This is true. Thanks for the pets. You set up everyone near where Sigurd is calling reinforcements. Which is funny because you were already there early, I say. Stab your hand? What? Oh, because of the Unicron? I see. I didn't know you were into that, Uncle Bor. Am I surprised? Maybe slightly? If they're trying to maintain a formation, I'm not sure what it is. How can I possibly defeat this enemy using its Death Stars? Strats, I know. Incomprehensible. Should actually bring Deirdre up here. We might be able to attack stuff from the cliff. Keep pulling them back into the kill zone, I guess. Ooh, a silver blade and a physic. Gasp. Chigal almost can fake that he cares about the people around him, I guess, with that physic. Yeah, of course, he also has Pavis. The physic is for healing himself, of course. Ah, yes, how could I mistake that? No, he doesn't look like it, but he can fake it. Wow, those bows really don't want to actually come after us. Price out to repair his silver sword. Ah. It all makes sense now. Two magic on Finn. How amazing. Ooh, he's getting kind of close. He might overextend soon, and then we can murder him. Paragon at work there. Damn, still not enough. Flex, man. Gotta work on your damage here. Maybe I'll get a Flame Lance. You get depressed when you see the words Flame Lance because you think of Engage. Rip Flame Lance's dignity. To let you help him out, Master Lance. Yeah, Master Lance is pretty yikes. Light Brand is actually sadder, has to coexist with Master Winds. I guess you can at least stack magic if you really want to do something with Light Brand. Master Lance is one of those things where its hit rate is so atrocious that it's like, what are we even doing? Light Brand Mage Knight is kind of cool, but what about when a Swordmaster comes up on enemy phase? You cry, that's what happens. Gauge is filled with mixed attackers, so they usually have some kind of magic set. It's still not a good magic set, though. You usually need to still build around it. Damn, you know what I should have done is baited him into attacking Jumke. But we're too far away for that. By one tile, and I could have moved him up using the dance. Oh well. We'll just have to do this a slightly harder way. I feel like after using Rider's Bane early game, Sigurd's user really doesn't care that much about his weapons. To a degree, yeah. I mean, turfing is always a nice thing to use with an override if you don't want to use up inventory on something. You used Xenaka as a sniper and she actually had a passable magic set, made Radiant Bow do fun numbers. Although Radiant Bow usually, its base might is so high that if you're just doing flyers, usually you don't even need to have a magic stat. Turfing usually does little for override. It depends on the targets. Yes, the silver great weapon would be better, but if you're doing other stuff, maybe you want to use that inventory on something else. Aha! He's overextended and he's sitting on the road. Granville still stand no chance in the face of my warrior's pride. I'll put an end to your rampage. I mean, speed's okay, I guess. How much damage are we gonna take from this if Quan attacks? It's definitely not showing the actual effective attack. But if it's 48, he'll live it. Question is if I actually want to do that. I do probably want the Horse Slayer in either his or Finn's inventory. Ouch. That did a little more than I thought it was gonna. That was gonna be 32. Yeah, apparently it is a different calculation than I'm used to. Which means I'll have to be careful about how I use the Horse Slayer when I have it, too. Make sure it actually does the kind of damage I want it to. But this dude's dead and his Horse Slayer is mine now. Well, Sukikins, you hear this is the hardest one. Somehow I doubt it. Yep. The text auto went. Something about a Gustria will never die or whatever, blah blah blah. Patriotism. Let's see, let's leave him forward like here. Thank you. No, is this the beginning of the end for Gustria? Appreciate you, Dice. You'll be honest, sometimes looking at this game and its combat things just seem to happen. Yeah, I mean, it is using different mechanics and what the modern FEs do, so... If all these guys decide to attack Finn, it might actually get kind of ugly. So what I might do here is... Who else is my next tankiest? So what I could do is build like a line like this. I could also put people who are more attractive to be shot by the bows behind him too. Actually, there's not really any swords here. We could probably put Lex up there. He has a little more defense and hit points. Negative avoid, though, compared to Finn's 23. Although he's gonna lose that to the axes. Yeah, I think we just do concrete defenses. Yeah, for sure it'd be nice to have the skills on the UI, but that doesn't even come up until, like, Awakening. Oh yeah, I need to pass this armor sorter off to someone after. It's been sitting in Lewin's inventory for however long this map. Resemblance of Hope sounds like it could be a spin-off of FE title. Could be for sure, yeah. Aha! Silly archers have been baited into attacking into Beowulf. That should be the last archer. And Lex with a dodge on the 80. Two 80s. Jeez, Lex, alright. I'm sorry I badmouthed you before. One RN moment, yeah. Well, more strength. We really could have used more defense, though. And then the Lance is attacking Quan. Oh, there's an Adept proc. Okay, enemy's actually healing, which is kind of funny, because you rarely see too much of that in modern FEs until... I guess it's mostly like 3 houses, the DSFEs sorted in it because they set up the spam fortify. But I remember in a lot of instances in the GBA games, the enemies won't heal until they're at 3 hit points. Healing is our trick, yes. I also appreciate how all those bow knights just waited in front of Sigurd and Quan. They're like, we didn't want to live anyway. They're looking intimidating so the Pegasus doesn't attack. Joke's on them. My lunch money. Wow, doesn't have to be kill there. Yikes. Double yikes, Alec. Oh, here comes the Astra. Yo, more strength speed. Go Jamka. Okay, good first impression on Lewin. I guess after this I could go down and trade that armor slayer to Sigurd. Wow, apparently sleep only comes with one charge. It says, put an enemy to sleep, repair, then... Put an enemy to sleep, repair it again. I'm starting to feel like maybe I should just take this Iron Lance out of his inventory and give it to someone else. Like, maybe Alec, I guess. I don't think there's any other candidates. I could give it to Quan, but Quan's already running around with a bunch of good stuff. At least if I want to carry around the Armor Slayer, I can't be carrying around 4 other weapons. Or I guess 3 other weapons, technically. Oh no, Lex took a damage. No, Aaron, please. Stop getting blank levels. Or I guess it's better be the only blank level you get. Blank level make happy? What? You're happy that the Pegasus is being sabotaged by the game? Who are you and what have you done with Yoshi? Wow, Armor Slayer is 5k to buy back, yikes. Apparently there's a conversation between these two. Yeah, that was Irnias. Imagine if you were playing D&D leveled up and the DM was like, actually you got nothing today, sorry. That's like some of the later levels in D&D though. It's like, oh, yeah, we got hit point increase, nothing else, no feats. You're wondering if this is normal for FE4 or just a Kurtz run? Maybe a little of both? Lewin, I presume, the one who's been helping defend the villages? I appreciate the aid. As I understand it, you're a bard, but you also wield magic. That's unusual. Something like that. I guess it's a hobby. You're that Sigurd fellow, aren't you? It's obvious what your little hobby is. War! Clearly you've got so much spare time, you've spent it all starting war after war. Come again? You seem angry, but don't play dumb. Think about the people of all the countries that you're flattening. You come barge again, swords flashing, and all you do is ruin the lives of normal folk who are trying to make a living here. You're right, my apologies, Lynn. I didn't even think about that, but I can't stand knowing... I didn't even think about that, but I can't stand knowing I've done this to them. Words are just words without actions backing them up. If you really feel so bad, then why not pull your army out? You're right, very well. I'll consult with my troops and arrange a retreat. Wait, you're serious about this? Of course, I've been mulling over retreating for a while already, and you just gave me the answer to all of this. Wait, what? No, we're not. We're on the attack. High-level D&D gets weird. There's a reason most of your campaigns don't go above level 13 or so, yeah. Although if you're playing AD&D, things get crazy in terms of extra power. We're playing D&D this Friday or night, right? Nah, roll of 1 campaign failed. No meetup this Friday. Rip. I've had enough of the war approach. I think I'd rather seek a diplomatic answer. Yeah, no. Trying to get through to Cho'Gall now would be a total waste of everyone's time. Besides, if you lot pull out now, then nothing stands between a peeved king and all the citizens who have helped you so far. Are you sure you're okay with leaving them all hanging like that? Well, no, but haha, you know, I guess I was wrong about you. You're alright, Sigurd. Say, why don't I help you finish this fight up? Okay, I suppose. Who are you anyway? Who? Me? I'm just a wayward troubadour, my friend. You don't look like you ride a horse. If you want actual troubadour, wait, where is she? Here she is. You'd probably avoid getting higher than, like, level 10. Yeah, it's funny, because I remember in my AD&D days looking at what you'd consider the power level of people. And your standard guards who are very well trained are gonna be, like, level 3. Elite troops are like level 6. So you're starting to get into some ridiculous power levels once you get past that. But everyone's been conditioned by JRPGs to be like, yeah, no, 10's really low, man. Surprised that countries can actually exist with adventurers moping about, or moping about with power levels they get to rather easily. Yeah, I mean, if you want a good example of a game that kind of deals with that, the first 2 Baldur's Gates, countries actually start to get scared of your main character as you gain power level. And there's actually a point in the expansion for the second one where the country is so afraid of you that it sends, like, its most veteran elite troops to try to take you down. And of course by that time it's too late. You're like a level 25 demigod by that point. So a bunch of level 15, 16 elite troops which would normally be able to just completely crush other armies, has no chance against you. JRPGs, the literal storytelling devices that end with killing God, yeah. You remember BG2 starts out with you escaping and then you enter the city and the fun police arrive. Yep. Because you're throwing around magic in their non-magic zone. So they don't like that. And you start BG2, usually, depending on your class, around level 7 to 10. Which is already really powerful for the AD&D setting. Wait, we need to actually... Lewin can go, but Sigurd actually needs to pick up the Armor Slayer. Wrong character. We need... you know what, do that. There we go, got him out of the way. We want to give it to Noish, not Alec. I think. Or wait, I'm starting to figure out who's who now. Yeah, it's Noish. The good DM is gonna have justification for why you're as powerful as you are, and those justifications may or may not involve the survival of the world hanging in the balance. Usually it does, yes. You know, you never managed to kill the last boss of the expansion. It's a tricky fight. Because it's a lot of high power on both sides. Okay, all the tanky dudes are gonna start climbing the mountain. Yeah, another good thing about shorter campaigns too, like aside from keeping power level from potentially spiraling out of control, is people only keep attention for so long, so you probably don't want to be running the same campaign for a long time unless you know your entire group of friends is actually going to remain invested in it. And I guess another way, if you want to do like a short campaign where you still get a high power level, you can just start like, let's say level 6 or 7 or something and go up to the 12-13 range. Current campaign you're playing and you start with an ultra meme build because you were mad that you rolled horribly for stats. One thing that was above 10, and the campaign went long enough and got serious enough that the DM had to work in a plot arc where your character got a major rework and power upgrade. I see. Since they were a huge liability in making fair encounter design effectively impossible due to how bad they were. Yeah, I had a character that was like that back in high school. Although, it wasn't quite that bad. It was basically a fighter who had nothing that was more higher than 13. And it became a question of, well, okay, I have a fighter with bad con. How am I even gonna tank for the team? Okay, that's... Yeah, that's a 1 round, okay. Did I have a -3 con modifier? No. Because I put my 13 on con. But I also had no strength, so I had no plus strength modifier either. And then I'm pretty sure I had a negative dex modifier. I was convinced I was the party tank nevertheless. I mean, I was the only character who was a fighter. Or a plate class. In AD&D. And I think we had a rogue and 2 casters, and I don't think any of them were going to be tanking. At least not unless the mage got a serious amount of spells that would actually enable that. But the mage took Fireball instead. Ooh, wow, Quan is just ridiculous. I guess he's starting to get close to the point where we're gonna promote him too. You think Point Bear is the objectively fair system because it's the only way you've ever gotten positive modifiers, but at this point you've been burned so many times by rolling. In campaigns where everyone else is starting off with stats in the 20, you need to keep doing it until the day you two win big. Yeah, I prefer point buy as well. Which is why I kind of prefer, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Genesis system. I prefer that over D&D. It's got its own problems, like Brawn being way too strong of a stat, but it basically doesn't do anything with rolling for stats. It's entirely point buy, and it's very closely balanced, aside from the whole Brawn problem. All the predatory gotchas in the world can't convince you to break the bank and whale, but you're hopelessly sunk costed on D&D stat rolling. I mean, at least that's free? Question mark? Unlike gotchas. If you were whaling. Do it, Lex. Hey, there we go. There's some more defense. There we go. Lex just needed a little bit of help, that's all. Bunch of dud levels to get the bad RNG out. You do enjoy having an element of randomness to prompt your RP. It's fun playing an absurdly weak weakling and is convinced they were actually invincible. Yes. I personally find I typically don't need the random stats to prompt stuff, but I like to do wacky characters. Like, not quite in the bombastic way, usually. I mean, I've had some characters like that, but... Usually I pick, like, one or two things that are off-color about them, and then just have them pretend like it's perfectly normal. Or I guess in some cases completely believe it. I mean, they've never known anything else, right? It should be perfectly normal for them. He had a kobold rogue that believed he was the descendant of dragons and hence immune to resistance or fire. Or immune or had resistance to fire. Seems legit to me. Especially since, like... more modern D&D, I'm not entirely sure if this is something that they got at in previous editions, but it seems like 5th really likes to associate kobolds more with dragons. He attracted a curse of Waddle for burning down a shrine. So you woke up filled with of Wolf, so you... For burning down a shrine, so you woke up filled with spiders and you poured oil on yourself and set yourself aflame and also got unconscious under it. Fun RP moment, yes. You hid your character sheet from everyone except the DM and renamed all your moves and traits with silly flavor text to obscure what they actually were, and played a rogue pretending to be a barbarian, pretending to be a sorcerer that used to be a grappler as a primary means of attack. Nobody ever figured out what your build was until the rework when you finally spilled the beans. Oh, that's like, I had a character in a Star Wars campaign that ran on the Genesis system. And my character was a Diplo droid who was terrible at his job. He had, like... Basically, in D&D terms, think if your charisma character had like a 9 in their charisma. This was my droid. But he also had a semi-encyclopedic knowledge of like some random stuff. Usually actually diplomatic stuff. But actual Diplo droid stuff he was kinda not very good at. And I hid my character sheet, and actually part of it was because he was actually an ex farm droid. And when the cards were down late in the campaign, he actually came out and was a better melee fighter than most of the rest of the party. And it was funny because I obscured the fact that he had strong melee capabilities until that point, but it was absolutely necessary. Also, my character had no idea that he had that capability. Because the trigger was the party being in trouble. Your favorite character was an Arakoa barbarian. Flavored as a Lucador. Name was Wildling. Nice. The rage manifested as projecting self-confidence. Perfect. Now the party getting into trouble, yes. I expected it to happen a lot sooner in the campaign, but everyone else was so capable that it didn't really come up until then. It was actually legitimately kind of weird. Because usually we get, like, that particular group would generally get into trouble with their characters much sooner. So I was just kind of... I was metagaming a little bit and thinking, okay, well, this secret's gonna come out about a third into the campaign. No. More like 3/4 into the campaign. Meanwhile, you nearly died on the very first tutorial encounter, things having 5 HP will do to a character, yeah. That's one thing, that I think later D&D editions did well, that was intuitive, but I don't think initially D&D design actually considered is that you should just give your level 1 characters max hit points. Because I definitely rolled some wizards in the original Baldur's Gate that had like 2 hit points. Oh, Sigurd is capped. I didn't even realize that. I should maybe go back and see if he can promote. You think you had 7 AC? Thankfully, this campaign has absolutely no consequences for dying. You've died twice and you're completely fine. Nothing out of the Renee whatsoever. 5th tends to treat dying by default as just KO these days, doesn't it? Or did you almost, like, actually die where someone tried to coup de grace you? Depends on the DM. Fair. But I know I seem to remember the DM's guide seems to assume that by default. That DMs should just do the KO thing. This campaign, player characters are immortal at a cost of none to the players, or costs that none of the players are allowed to know. Wait, but you know. So wait, are you the DM then for that one? No? Well then how do you know? Isn't that like against the rules then? Or I guess not necessarily the rules, but the idea that none of the players are supposed to know? Oh, damn it. Short by 2 damage here. I guess we could just dance. Or we could proc a cost. Oh, it's... Okay, I misread that. The cost that players aren't allowed to know. I read that as at the cost of the players aren't allowed to know, so they'd play as if they could die, but then they're actually immortal. The GM is not counting the number of times each player has died and does not get excited whenever it happens. Thinking emoji. Real cool, it supersedes all. This is true. Always be cinematic. Generally try not to die. That is usually people's reaction to try not to die. One time was to save an NPC from a boss, no regrets. Ah, so you're being heroic. How dramatic. Of course, you're the party tank. Ah, yes, because you're invincible, right? She got strength. Now her thief attack will do potentially 2 damage. Huh. I guess these guys have no idea what to do if we have 16 defense. They're just like, oh. I guess we just won't attack. Even though... Actually, huh. Because technically speaking, since the damage minimum is 1, they could just attack us and hope they'd poke us to death. Very slowly, but they could hope. Of course, it keeps trying to back me out here. I guess we'll repair the silver sword. How do I get... This backing out just gives me Kanto. I want him to wait. Okay, let's try doing that. Because I need actual access to the menu if we're... Unless... Maybe I can only do it... No. Can I only do it in Evans? Maybe. That would be kind of annoying if I have to go all the way back. Well, I guess Quan is basically considered non-targetable, so we can send him in. See if we can get this figured out. Flying superior, yes, oh boy. While I go back, Deirdre can catch up. Yeah, right. Get going, Sigurd, I guess. You might not be involved in this fight anymore. Oh, except, he had a talk command with Sylvia. I assumed it was with Ideen, but apparently it's with Sigurd, which makes the most sense. Well, we can spend a few more turns moving and stuff, right, for science. And Quan can get experience while he's at it. Yeah, apparently poking is no longer worth experience on Ballista. Gasp, he actually healed one of his goons. Get like no experience for this. Actually, yeah, even if Sigurd has to come back anyway, because I need him to capture. So even if Quan wins this battle by himself. He's realized they're all that sand between him and certain doom. Well, maybe, but they're Ballista that Quan is currently pummeling. Probably not that helpful at this point. This guy's attack is actually kind of high. Guess we could clear out the Ballista and then bring up Bethlin for him. One defense Ballista, yes. Okay, strength. We definitely appreciate that with Brave Weapon. More of the obscure magic games. Ah, yes, apparently this only happens in here. So that makes sense. Annoying as it is. Tch, don't even think about underestimating me. Underestimating me. You don't stand a chance of besting me. This is indeed annoying. Actually, he doesn't have a two-range weapon, does he? We can bring Lewin up. Watch the game tell me I can't promote because it's a story event. Sorry, class change. You can't do so again. Please be on your way. So apparently we started promoted? That's weird. This game sometimes. Psyche joins pre-promoted. Oh, nice. Quan was mad about that Pavis. Finn tried, I guess. Why not? Go for it, Lux! Yeah, I didn't think it would work. But why not? Why not? No, we don't have a iron on him. Steel it is. No, wait! Spare me, please! Physic obtained! Hooray! Wait, does it say the range on this? Oh, up to 10 spaces away. So this would be good to have for someone who's not Ethelyn, I guess, so that our infantry healers can actually contribute if they absolutely need to, and the cavalry are charging way ahead. Rip that guy, yes. Don't worry, there'll be more bad guys. This is true. I guess Ethlyn doesn't have the proficiency to use it. It's the great Lord Sigurd! Hello there? You're a dancer, right? This battlefield is too dangerous for the likes of you. Go back to the castle. Come on, sir, don't you know who I am? I'm Sylvia! She's drunk, isn't she? You can call me Sylvia if you want, though. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to look after children. Be a good little girl and run back to the castle, alright? Good little girl, look at me. How do you look at someone who's this hot and think little girl? What is wrong with you? Never thought you'd be such a boring old stiff, just like everyone else around here. Enough, I have work to do. Oh well, back to being a lone, delicate flower sprouting in a battlefield. My beauty is nothing to the tide of bodies. What in the world is... The music restarting every time the turn transitions is kind of sus. Didn't GBA, FE, and Tilius not do that and just play continuously? No. I'm pretty sure GBA restarts it because it has enemy phase music. Actually, Tilius has enemy phase music too. So it transitions to enemy phase. But I guess for here, because there's no enemy phase, it still treats it like it's cutting out to go to enemy phase, and then the game goes, oh, right, no enemies anymore, whatever. I think we've got everything, right? We got all the villages. Well, that was an extremely long chapter. So much for doing 2 in a day, tonight. Sir, King Chagall survived the battle, but he was badly wounded. He's currently being attended to by a royal priest. From what I heard, somebody pulled him from the battlefield when he was defeated. Who in the world would have done that? It was me, Sigurd. I rescued King Chagall. I preserved the life of the last survivor of the Augusti dynasty. No matter how unwise his decisions, no matter how ill his temper, I cannot sit in silence and allow my liege to die. Eldigan? You're safe. Thank the gods, I've been looking everywhere for you, since I heard you'd been arrested. Suppose I was, but what is the meaning of this, Sigurd? Why is your army swarming the capital, the first I find upon release? Why are reports saying our castles are now under the rule of Granville officers, as if we are a mere tributary state? I am indisposed for barely any time at all, only to find Granville has made itself at home in Augustria behind my back. There had better be a damn good explanation for all this, Sigurd, or there will be consequences. I'm so sorry, Eldigan, you're absolutely right. None of this makes sense to me either. As if out of nowhere, the entirety of Augustria suddenly turned against us. We had no choice. I've been ordered to remain here with my army for the time being to maintain peace and order. Eldigan, please, I know this is a dreadful situation, but 1 year is all I need. I can restore the country's peace to normal and repair our diplomatic ties, but only if I'm allowed time to do it. Once our time is through, we'll leave your country with no objections. My king and I pledge our word. I suppose I have little choice but to take you at your word. Very well, you have your year. I shall relocate the king to the northern Medino Castle for his own protection. I'll also leave my cross knights stationed at Fort Silvale. Offer even the slightest provocation and your forces will have us to answer to. Remember, I'm holding you to your word. Break your promise, and we will break you. Do I make myself clear, Sigurd? Of course. You know I'm not about to betray you. Please, Eldigan, you have to trust me. King Jagal has fled Augusti's fall and moved his royal court to Medino Castle in the north. Honoring his promise to sail again, Sigurd allows Jagal his freedom and does not interfere. Sigurd adopts Augusti as his headquarters, and while his troops there recuperate, he persists in negotiating Augustria's return to governance by its own king. Despite his determination to restore Chogo's rule, his orders from Valhalla never change. To remain in Augusti, and to govern its citizens. Scarcely 6 months have passed, and yet Granvale's ruling administrators have already grown arrogant and have taken to abusing their power over Augustria for their own gain. Day by day, the Augustrian people grow ever warier of Granvale's actions. Before long, as he feared, Sigurd finds himself yet again caught in a new conflict. Reports abound of Chagall raising his army anew at Medino Castle, vying to reclaim his lost capital from Sigurd. Further north, beyond Medino, the reviled pirates of Orgahil prepare themselves to sweep in and profit from the land's chaos. Valhalla's orders demand that Sigurd must maintain control of Augusti above all else. They're just keeping him tied up while they do their thing. Oh, for the victory theme when all the enemies are dead and all you have to do is seize. Yeah, you're right, it might just not cut over. It's been a while though, so I'd have to double check. Sigurd's heart lies heavy in the face of the impending crisis. Southwest of Medino, Elegant's forces hold the defenses of Fort Silvale. The looming battle for Augustria, trial between friendship and loyalties. Before Sigurd looms a final battle in Augustria's north. A showdown fated to shape the course of Yggdrasil's history. Eldegard the Lionheart. Yes, the final battle. Trust. Is the army ready to move in? Those fools couldn't possibly see this coming. Right, as arranged. Move out. This is our final chance to return Augusti to our control. Just look at them, lingering in my kingdom, oh so carefree. I grow wary of them. They will pay dearly for this. Jacoban, where's that lousy sellsword gun to this time? Need me, do ya? I see just how good a fighter you are. You're in charge of the castle defenses. Yeah, I know. Might be a boring job, but you're paying awfully well for it. Let's see them learn to fear my bolt sword. That's what I like to hear. Don't fail me. Now, Eldegard's still in Silvale, is he? How will he take this? I wonder. Guess this is the endgame already. Endgame for Augusti. Alert, we have a problem. The Medino army appears to be preparing for battle. What? What is His Majesty thinking, doing something so rash? Blast! To think, we were so close to returning Augusti to him. Yeah, I couldn't possibly fight Sigurd. What in the world can I do now? Oi, Kevin! Looks like the mainland down south's getting ready for another war. This is getting interesting. This is our chance, I reckon, with nothing stopping us from fleecing the villages. Both them armies will be at each other's throats, so there'll be nobody interested in getting between us and the villages. Shed, Duval, I won't allow any petty thefts under my watch. I refuse to let us sink so low. Don't forget, we're heroic thieves. That's what the name of Orgahil now means to the world. Yeah, what self-respecting pirate just lets the loot sit there and does nothing? The captain's gone soft. Now, calm down, Duval, my mate. I've got me a little idea. That wench struts around like the boss, but she ain't really the old Captain Sprague. The captain just found her when she was a tiny thing and raised her as his own. She still took over when he died, but little she knows she ain't really his brat. She ain't the real boss, so there's nothing to worry about. Now let's go and help ourselves with some treasure. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Captain. Dire news, sire. King Chagall's army has struck, and they have the castle surrounded. What? That fool! We were so close to finally withdrawing from Augustria. There's no sense in attacking us now. We're in blazes as hell again. That isn't all, sir. It appears that pirates from Morgan Hill are attacking amidst the confusion. Is that so? Suppose we have no choice then? Ready everyone for battle. My love, you're about to fight again, aren't you? I'm afraid so. I'm sorry, Deirdre. But you must have come with me this time. Self is but a newborn, and he needs you. Yes, dear. You needn't look so anxious, Deirdre. I'll be back before long, I promise. Shannon, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you look after Deirdre and Self, please? Of course, don't worry about a thing. Ha, as spirited as ever, Shannon. At the very least, Deirdre, he ought to keep you in good cheer. Don't worry about a thing, Deirdre. I'll be back for you, I promise. Well, Lord. And she can't actually depart castle. I was wondering, like, she's here though. But I can only visit towns, I suppose, so I can move her items to other characters. Iron Ballista, oh my. Tia Bragi. Interesting. There's like no way to actually get up here though. Unless I recruit a pirate. Although I still can't actually get Sigurd up there to capture if I do. He's a level 20 hero with 11 sword, oh my. Or, I guess it's just the physical sword, it looks like it's still using his strength. Fortify Bishop. I guess it's Eldigan's troops. Well, Quan's gonna have a fun time with the Horslayer, I tell you that. can do quick inventory stuff, but how long these maps last, there's no way we're doing anything with actual combat here tonight. I guess I'll just convoy the sleep for now, because I can't... Actually... I could move it to someone who isn't Deirdre. But does anyone have... Well, I guess it doesn't look like there's hit rate involved, so I could give it to Ideen or something. Probably give the physic to Ideen too if she has the money. She's got the highest magic. Oh god, sleep goes for 15k. Yeah, I don't know if I want to pay 30,000 to move it to someone. Might pass on that for now. Physic is a lot more reasonable to move. Wow, Paragon Band is gonna be 40k to move. Yikes. I guess that's staying on Quan and passing over to Leaf after. I guess if I get really desperate, I can raise the funds for someone in order to use the sleep, but I kind of feel like Sigurd getting it means it's just not going to go on anyone for a very long time, if at all. We'll have Dean come in and buy physic. Probably repair all of Quan's stuff. Or at least the steel and the javelin. We can probably leave the silver lance for now. Oh yeah, that also reminds me. What's in the armory now? You can buy another silver lance, but I'm pretty sure no one else is actually at a high enough lance rank to use it. Silver bow, though. And L-Fire, I guess, in case we're still using his L. Actually, does she have? No, she's only B rank. Could buy Slim Sword if I wanted. Do I want to do that? It would actually give her weapon triangle against axes. Actually, how light is this? 6 weight for the Slim Lance. One weight for the Slim Sword, I see. You know what, why not? Lex could buy the Silver Axe. You know, he was kind of falling short before, and we're still fighting armors. Let's buy him the Silver Axe. Actually, can Lewin use? Yeah, he can technically use C rank, so I think he can use Thunder but not Elf Fire. Whoa, he has C and Light too, that's weird. Yeah, we can buy Thunder if we want. And he has 50k, so I guess we might as well. Actually, let's see, 90 hit, 8 might, 7 weight. Yeah, I guess we need something a little more accurate. It's a lot heavier, but... 10 more hit is pretty attractive. I guess we really haven't been doing a whole lot to help Alec and Noish. Might be a lost cause at this point, depending. Midir unable to use Silver Bow, sads. Goodbye for Jonka, though. Silver Bow is really expensive to repair. I guess it's got 100 hit, though. Kind of... Yeah, with stats like that, especially the low weight, that explains a lot. I'll probably try to be a little more sparing with it. You know, I'm starting to suspect that Juan is also pre-promote. Yep. That makes me curious. Is it gonna tell me that for... Yeah, it has to be level 20 for everyone who's not Quan or Sigurd, and Quan and Sigurd can't because they're already at advanced class. Actually... Okay, apparently Bard can actually promote. That kind of surprises me. Wonder, she count against pre-promote? Yeah, and Deirdre also counts as pre-promote. Good things to know, so that I don't waste time trying to do stuff later. Alright, one last check. But I think I basically handled everyone. This also feels like a really bad environment to try to raise a Pegasus Knight in. There's a bunch of bow knights around. Most of the physical enemies are archers. Basically just like this mage pod. I guess you could engage the pirates too. Yeah, actually with the Slim Sword, she'd probably have a pretty good matchup against the pirates. So, I guess she can go around and do village stuff. Alright, though. We are... after it's normal stopping time, so I guess we are going to call it here. That was a very long chapter. It had some ups and downs, but overall, honestly, I think I enjoyed a significant portion of it. I guess we'll see how this turns out when we come back on Friday. In between that, though, we are going to be doing Unicorn Overlord on Wednesday and Thursday, tackling the blind expert run. We're in basically the back third or quarter of the third region, so we'll finish that off and see where we can go from there. Then Friday, Sunday, Monday, we come back to this, and I guess if these chapters are gonna start slowing me down as much as chapter 2, we might be at this for a while. So I guess we'll see how it goes on Friday and go from there. But I am enjoying the game, quirks and all. Let's see. What have we got going on? Unfortunately, it looks all quiet on the Fire Emblem front, so I guess we're just gonna call it here, and yeah, so thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you on Wednesday for some Unicorn Overlord, or if not, on Friday for more of this. Have yourselves a good night.